Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Relaxing Survival, where right now it doesn't seem like we're having much luck with the relaxing at the moment, honestly. Because, as we're going to find out here, I try to load up the world for tonight. We're going to run into an issue. Yeah. So, tonight we'll actually begin not with the builds that I had planned, but is going to begin with a little bit of OMG, WTF, how do you deal with this? Do a little bit of on-the-fly instruction here. So, this is not, in this case, indicating any sort of failure on Steam's end. It's not really a problem with Space Engineers. What we're going to find out is if I go in and I pull up the mod list and look for anything that is red, I'm going to find some problems. Now, I've already done this before the game started because I tried to, or the stream started, I tried to load it up and get it going, and you can see why the world is running at 0.5 sim speed sometimes. We got ourselves a mod that has been deleted from the workshop. So how do you resolve this, short of ripping out the mod painfully and not knowing what is going to get ripped out of your world? Because obviously, if this is a critical mod, then I need to find some way to potentially either deal with a missing mod, like, say it's a central block in construction, I'm going to have a ship fall apart when I load it up. Not that I can really do anything about it, but if you want to find out what is actually going on with that mod, let me pull up ye oldie full screen view here. Get it. There we go. All right, so we need to find Steam Workshop, Space Engineers, 109 735 3110. And that's going to tell me that... here we go. MCM boarding ramp fix. Because that is the right mod ID. If I try to load it, well, that tells you. Actually, I don't even trust that link now that I'm looking at that. That's a nasty one, it looks like. Can we limit that to... That's interesting. It's not even showing up in there. Usually... Try that. Usually I have better luck finding these. Well, even though that link's not exactly one I would necessarily trust, I'm a little concerned about that link, so I didn't want to click on anything inside of it. That does give me a hint that that is the MCM boarding ramp, so let's try... Why would that have gotten pulled? Let's see what we got. Is that the right link? That might be the boarding ramp fix, not the boarding ramp itself. Because the original mod does have a bit of a problem. In fact, let's see if we can... Yeah, there it is. So if I view the cached version of it, that's giving me the right mod ID. So... if I were to load the current page, it's not there. Yep. So the author of the fix, which is annoying because I would really like to see it stick around. It's a nice fix. Removed it. They haven't shut down their workshop because I am live on Steam right now. But yeah. That's annoying. I don't have that mod on anything, so I know I'm safe to remove it, but that is not exactly great if I go back to doing some Starship design here. Let's see if there is a different version. Let's see, that is the drop ship door, yes, I believe. No, no, you're gonna give me... No, no, I'm searching for something. How about relevance, please? And mods, alright, so... Make sure I'm getting the right thing. It's door ramp. No, we don't want the door ramp. Come here. MCM boarding ramp is what I'm looking for. Okay. Boarding ramp. Fix. Let's see. Does not look like anyone's got a fixed version out for it, so I'm not sure. What could have happened is maybe the fix didn't attribute the original work and it got requested to be taken down. But the problem is this one here has a render problem, and it could also be that the author fixed the original one too. So let's see if... Yeah, door opens but stays in place as if the door is still closed. Yep. That is annoying. Because this hasn't been broken for a while. I mean, keep in mind, the mod's been out since 2016. The only really decent boarding ramp I kind of like, because it fits itself in nicely with a ramped hull. But yeah, that was the MCM boarding ramp fix. Okay, that one's coming out of the mod list, unfortunately. That's a shame. And if anything, that might impact the front door of... I take it back. I might actually be using that one. I think that's the front door. No, it's not the front door. That's a different one. That's the, I think it's another MCM ramp. Either way, we have that taken care of. Let's go ahead and get back in here. Get back to our Eversleva game. That's annoying. I like that mod. That was a good mod. Just fix something here real quick. Okay. So we've got that out of the way. It doesn't look like there's anything else that we lost, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, I've got some other mods in there, but that'll fix it. The world should now load properly. We hope. That's how you have to try to track down what is broken. Admittedly, it took me for a little bit of a loop there that I'm not used to doing. And usually when you put the Steam ID in, it actually takes care of things rather nicely. Anyways, back on track. Tonight's building plans. Well, we've got a hangar that is missing a roof right now. We've got need for a bunch of stone to finish off the helipad because we need a lot of gravel. Or more accurately, concrete mix, which needs the gravel. We have, I believe, a little bit of interior work that needs to be finished up on the top end of the atrium. I've been thinking about that all week, and nothing's really coming to mind right now. So we'll see what we get out of tonight's session. As far as getting that stone, I think that will dovetail nicely with something I've been wanting to get to for a few weeks now, which is getting the connection between the two bases a bit more fleshed out, so there's actually a way to get between the two areas, maybe even 3 areas, because right now the cargo area is kind of its own little weird offshoot. And really, I want to also get vehicles taken care of. That means getting some civilian craft around the area. And also, of course, we've still got the small ship gone large hauler, which now, before it's even done, needs a complete overhaul, because having seen how the economy update's working in terms of offloading things, we need to redo the cargo network on that for absolute certain. But let's start off with just refreshing ourselves where we are over here. We've got this area up here. We put the little hotel rooms in down here. Not very big ones. Big concern was trying to figure out how to get people up to this level, for starters. We've got a shop over here that a space for a shop I could potentially use. I always run another set of stairs up there and over, so that's certainly an option. I'd kind of want to just let this sit here and maybe fester for a bit in the back of my mind. Figure out what I'm going to do, because I might need to add some mods to put a bit more decoration in for a shop. What we do have elsewhere... We can take a little trip outside. Of course, it's pitch black. We've got crap sitting all over the place up there. We have the big open area out here. We've got the conglomeration slash Voltron slash, oh my god, how am I ever going to unload this? Oh, that's right, we do need to unload it. Because, you know what? I want to do this with a bit more order than doing it this way. So let's unload this in the fastest possible method in Space Engineers and bob the crap out of those. Can't even see that the glare. I am going to keep the those thrusters there. I think I need to rework the lemons, or the I keep wanting to call it the lemon square still, especially because now it really does look more like a square. I need to rework that design a little bit and build out some arms that are permanent on it. That means that I always know where the cargo is. Potentially. I still have my projector-based extension plan for that thing, but given how long it's taking to do this, I know those cargo containers are definitely still full, so that will take a little while. We've got Ship Gone Wild over here, which is kind of in need of a complete redesign, and I'm saying that because what I would like to do with having this hauler for unloading for the acquisition contracts and selling off in the store is get it so that the various large containers on this are part themed. So basically, that is to say, this container will only carry construction components. This one will only carry bulletproof glass. This one will only carry XYZ, so on and so forth. Which means I've got to work sorters into this design. And having them in line like this is not going to work very well. In fact, this would even be kind of questionable in if the inventory got too much bigger on this, as it is anyways. The other thing is I've also got to design the little sidecar shuttle that's supposed to go on this. That needs to be done. We need to kind of play around with the hull line a little more here. Hammerhead could use a bit more attention, I suspect. But yeah, that whole top deck is probably going to get scrapped and rebuilt at this point. So we'll see what happens with that. The back end I'm not too worried about. The engine room should be fine. The shield generator should be fine. We've got our little hangar area here, which is in need of being actually finished. It's been sitting this way for the longest time. It needs a roof. It needs a roof and a decision on whether I'm going to have a door on this end to allow egress. So maybe like the courier can't get through there, but maybe a smaller fighter could. And then, of course, through the whole base, well, for starters, I need to figure out lighting. What I need is a way to conceal a bunch of Omni lights out here in such a way that the terrain's going to be lit up. And the best way to do it's probably going to be light towers, but the other problem is, as you guys can see, I need to figure out what I'm doing. All of those interior lights are really making it difficult to work with the exterior lights. So what I might actually need to do is, at the very least, go through the base grid, find all the interior lights, and set them to something that will let me turn them off. So that way, what I could do is keep the room lamps on the inside. And if I'm not doing any shots on the inside or filming or anything like that, I can turn them off. And then when I go inside, I could turn off the exterior lighting, so that way the interior stays reasonably lit up. Because otherwise, this is just going to keep happening every time I zoom in and zoom out of the base. Which is going to look pretty ugly pretty quick. Kind of on the cusp of breaking the lighting engine, I suspect. Again. Oh yeah, this crap out here, which I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with. Kind of I like the idea of being able to paint voxels, and it's not a perfect surface, but it has taken far too much damage to make this easily fixable. Painting with the gravel setup is not very easy. So we got plenty of things we can do, and no shortage of it, but there's one thing I do want to actually bring in right away. Because I've got a beautiful spot for it sitting right out here. We're going to use it. It's going to be one of the rare times that I'm going to abuse creative mode tools. Is I am bringing this one in direct. Where's number 4? I think was the one. Nope. 3. Yeah, that was landing one. Ain't about blocks because I don't have all of the mods, but I've got enough of them here. And drop. How? Interesting. Game, the block that was behind that was just a regular conveyor block. And yet you broke. I'll redesign that anyways. It doesn't have to stay there intact. I know how the back end was built on it, so... But yeah, I mean, come on, guys. I've got to put a shuttle down here. And of all the shuttles so far, that one works. But I do want to give it a going over, and since I have access to blocks here that I don't have on on the Saturday Kerbal Space Engineer stream, we'll just kind of we'll fix that one up over time. It'll be a fixer-upper. Also, apparently that being a separate grid, go away. All right, hangar time. Let's talk roofing. Kind of put in the scaffolding to suggest that it was holding up things. And we've got an exterior shell. It needs to have something on the inside. And I kind of don't want to go with the traditional black or any other oddball color. I'm actually thinking about, just to differentiate it from a texture standpoint, is something a little like... Let's see how that looks. Oh, right. Armor. Or not armor. Creative. The amount of steel plate I have, I don't think that's conclusively cheating too much there. I'm not going to worry about a handful of steel plates when I'm pulling them in hand over fist. What does that look like from outside? Yeah, it gives us a different texture there. It gives me a really weirdly different texture with the lighting. I think I can work with that. It's dark without being dark because of the bump mapping that they're doing. I'm gonna do this part. Handle this. This is gonna come down to the girder level because the girder should really be attaching to something too. Yeah, something like that. That way the girders get a chance to kind of sit free floating underneath the bulk of the roof. Oh, I'm so happy with that orbiter too. It's just a shame that it can't make it to space. Actually, here it probably could. Got the main engines back on, it would probably make it to space without a problem. But you guys didn't catch some of the videos that I've posted on the channel. Launching it is a different matter entirely. Landing it, not a problem. Launch, yeah. It's more optimistic to say that it burns its way into the atmosphere, and then once it gets about 100 meters, it just says, yep, we're done. Also, the game has proven to be very, 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 beyond very fickle with cargo network on it. There was a copy I was playing around with offline earlier this week that, when launched, got up to the expected height, and the hydrogen engines cut out as expected. And just immediately was starting to drop back down ridiculously crazy. And I opened up the inventory, and sure enough, the external tank was still over half full. And nothing I did could convince any of the ice in it to move elsewhere. So between that, the O2 gen bug, that the mod that gives us the boosted output capability of the H2 generators, and the fact that it just can't claw its way in orbit. Mind you, I was doing vanilla speeds. But I don't think there's going to be much of a difference when we pull it up on the fixed version on KSE, because it burns its way out of the atmosphere. It is not a gentle launch. Backflip's not a problem. I figured out how to conquer that. You know what needs to be done to right the craft for that, so it's at least within a controllable manner of launch. But yeah, the boosters just don't get high up in the atmosphere, even in vanilla, so KSE would not be very pretty. You would very quickly be finding out that it is a problem child as far as getting out of the atmo. On the other hand, landing it's not a problem. I am extremely happy how well that thing lands. It doesn't glide very well, to the point that when you land, you don't really need the chutes, you don't really need the speed brakes. You can more or less land that thing on a dime and not even need a long runway to do it, which is not exactly true to form for the space shuttle, but hey, for what it is, for what it's made out of, for all the things that SE does to kind of be wonky with it, it's interesting. Yeah, I learned a little bit there. It's like I'm kind of learning that, don't get me wrong, I am not a fan of over abusing the new textures. I think these aren't the sort of things you're not that short of the wood grain. Even the wood grain kind of needs to be used sparingly. Not really supposed to go out and build massive surfaces with this sort of stuff. Use it for accent detail, but in this case, I think it's actually helping it out, because I've got the clean armor mod itself, the no edges and everything, giving me a bit of a boost there. And I mean, the downside to this approach right now that I'm taking is the room lamp is messing things up. That's why we've got light coming through on the edges there, but not on the flat part, because that's masked from below. But enough of the light is coming through. And even down here under that. Took them. Where did I hide the room lamp? Ah, there it is. None on that side and one on that side. Plus the solar panels, but that would give me light down. Yeah, because the light's there. That's why this side's not lit up as severely. No, the light's there. That's why that's lit up. Okay. Figure out if maybe if we turn it off. Yeah. It's better, but we're getting the room lamp from out there. It's kind of hard to work with the room lamps. All the things they're great at doing, they are also tricky. Gotta kind of tweak lighting on them in just the right way with the radius so that they don't overspread what they're doing, which is what makes getting those things set up properly on ATG such a problem, because you wipe out the custom settings if you're not careful. Where is that room lamp over here? I don't see one inside there. We've got the one in the ceiling there, but that's too far away. The one over there. There's got to be a room lamp hidden somewhere near the floor, because that's way too much light coming up into that. Also, amusingly, apparently I'm getting ghost light through that now, too. What the heck? Keen, fix your lighting engine. really can, I suspect, but... Alright, so how can we make this situation a bit better? Well, let's try immediately dropping the radius. Better, but now we see more of that. Bay's a bit more evenly lit, which I like. Top is still leaking like a sieve. I really don't want to do this game, but you may have given me no other choice. It's too tight of an area for spotlights to really feel effective for this sort of thing. Come on, Bobs, give me a hand here. Yeah, see, that just doesn't throw the light around. Things I can do regarding that. Radius is really more what they mean by that is the distance. Intensity, you need to kind of drop that quite a bit. At least as much as it'll let me. Wow, I'm not even really noticing a difference off that either. It's more of the light shadow that's lost the intensity, the atmospheric effect, than any actual intensity on the floor. Do not like... I like how it looks there, mind you. So I will be more than happy to leave him in there. Yeah, I think I'm better off with the room lamp. I just have to be very careful in tuning it. It's very much a omni... from the 3D rendering perspective, it's an omni light. Might be able to do a little bit with this from the inside. Let's try... avoid introducing that. Let's go for the lighter gray. See if this helps out the blocking. Okay, that's better. So maybe what I can do is introduce this as... kind of left that textured look to it too, because that does kind of work. Carbon fiber look on it at the moment, just as a detail in there. Does it block enough of that light or cover up the... That's actually not bad. You have to remember, I originally designed this hangar to kind of end here, and then I kind of built this overhang on it. I think I was planning on putting offices or something, which kind of preclude the fly-through idea, but having said the fly-through idea earlier, that would probably be better. Hey, Lucas, not doing too bad aside from the loss of another mod. I'll have to check out Modder's Mess and see if anyone knows why that mod got pulled. It was a request from the creator to take down the fix for the MCM boarding ramp door or what, but... unfortunately, we mourn its loss. I know I said fly-through hangar, or not fly-through hangar, offices, but... needs to definitely be different. And I can play around with the lamps in there as I do this too, so... that's what's about with... two ramps? These are not ramps, Pharaoh. These are lamps. Or are lamps, I guess you could call it. Do that there. That's going to cause problems out here. So I've got to tweak that lighting radius, but that's perfect because I'm placing them closer together. So do is, what am I on? Lamp 13. Lamp 13 and 14 are probably those two that I just placed. Let's knock the radius. Let's see, I didn't really see much adjustment there, but once I took it all the way down, it was fine. So 15-meter adjustment. Slightly deeper fall off, drop the intensity down to interior minimal. And 5 is kind of my minimum keep the background lit sort of thing. Alright, that works. Just for shits and giggles. Let's do... Ah, I know how to get out of that now. Let's see what I can do with the room lamps is use that to augment the spotlight here. So it looks like that spotlight is throwing out a bit more light than it really is. You can see that effect doesn't work down here because I don't have these guys lined up properly. It kind of throws off the effect a little bit. But yeah, if I do that, then it kind of really just looks like this is casting a much bigger throw over everything, which I like. So you're approved. Let's get your counterpart down here. Switch over to that. I just kind of like that spotlight being there, though, but I don't want to cram these room lamps in too deep. And from the inside, it's going to look better if I do it like that, so... Yeah. Oops. Oh well, Bob's got it. Oh, thank you, Bob. Better, and then... Oh, what did I drop the intensity down to nothing? As low as it'll go with the spotlights. Well, I don't like to use build vision on a 4K monitor. You're trying to do stuff like scrolling and moving things around slightly. It micro jitters your mouse. It's a wee bit too sensitive. Alright. That works. We can introduce a little some... Actually, what I really like about this is the fact that the floor tiles that use the wall are acting in different ways. Chills did mention that we've got options as far as the flooring goes to have different build stages are supposed to have different looks to them. Unfortunately, since I'm using Bob, I can't quite take advantage of that because I'd have to start using the ignore color, and that's going to be pretty tricky, but I kind of like that. That background color really does a much better job of reflecting the light change there. Would you like to test a very innocent feature? Lucas? Nothing in your features is innocent. Maybe like 80% of it's typically deadly. Alright, I'm game to test. He says, grabbing multiple copies. Alright, hit me up. What do you got? It's the part where I suddenly have a enemy battle cruiser spawning on top of me, armed with nothing but a million bobs. He says, waiting for hellfire to rain down on him. Oh, God. Yeah, that command sounds entirely innocent. All right. All right, 9 bros. All right. 9 bros coming at me, which I have no idea what you mean by that. I do not have a rifle on me, which is going to go really good. Maybe we'll be testing the defenses tonight. I do not spot any of these bros. Before you ask, I do not spot any of their hoes either. Oh, I do see some stuff moving in though. Got a barge coming in. Oh, great. Oh, I see what you've done. You set up so all these targets are going to immediately start dropping and trying to ram me, haven't you? Uh-huh. And since there's 9 of them, I've got a lot of dodging to do while trying to take these guys out. Shuttle took some hits. Let me just knock this guy out, because it said 9, and that worries me quite a bit. So globs are also all off, so that's not helping. I'm noticing a distinct lack of 9. Oh, someone's got a gun over there. Interesting. Delayed shooting there? Okay, look, base, I love you, but... knock out that thing's power, that would be nice. Before my own missile turret tears the base apart. This is why I did not want to leave weapons turrets in the base proper. Is it possible they're on the other side of the planet? They've mastered the shack maneuver, yep. Okay. I would certainly agree with that. Deal, buddy. Any guns left, or this is just what I needed? I have no room on the base that I have right now, and now you've given me more stuff to salvage. Sounds like one of the offensive turrets is trying to go after this guy. Oof, sim speed. Seems to be 0.8, actually. There, is that enough to... Okay. Interesting. They just fly straight at you. Yep, so, But it said 9. And I see 2. Where are the other 7? Just out of curiosity. Also, because I can't see anything. I am going to roll back to the save before. Let's see what damage we actually did here. So, good news. It means the base is perfectly capable of... Before I do this, let's just be honest here. We're going to run around looking at crap and see what state it was in. So... I mean, it certainly wasn't much left of that by the time the missiles finally stopped. I think... Wasn't one of the turret emplacements over here? I swear it was. It might have actually knocked the one out on that hill. I think it did. Oh, heck. Well, there's one of the other ones that came down. The reason why that didn't, that one's not enemy, so that just plopped itself down here. Wasn't even on my radar. Apparently it was... That wasn't the one I salvaged. No, that was the one I salvaged. Never mind. Problem is I can't take it down without ruining my reputation. So the emplacement on that hill, there was one... I think it was on that hill. Because there's 2 Gatling guns, the missile emplacement in the valley there, and the missile placement in the center. Actually did a decent job of defending. Granted, it took a direct hit, but... Yeah, I'll bet if I do a reload, probably it was somewhere over here, and maybe... Yeah, there... No, because that's part of the ship itself. I'm trying to think if anything would have really survived having a ship land on it, and the answer is probably not. Yeah, I have a feeling when I reload, I'm going to find it was under there. The reason why I'm reloading is I don't want to keep the voxel deformation around. That's going to make the sim speed go to absolute garbage. So we're going to do a reload. But yeah, that's an interesting one. Any grid marked as an active space cargo ship gets kicked towards the player when the command is entered. Apparently it was 9 it could identify, but maybe some dead. Could be, yeah, because I didn't have... There wasn't that many left, and that grid was down already. And I think if I remember right, let me check the entity list here. Of mass. Well, it could have also, it could try to pick up the transfer station. It could have tried to pick up platform, which is out there and basically stationary. There's an Inquisitor up here that's battle damaged. That one's in... That one's battle damaged. You're up above the base somewhere. You could try to move the carrier. Well, actually, no, because you're saying if it was tagged as a cargo ship. So I'm assuming that doesn't mean that the stations would have been immune. Well, I mean... Actually, hang on. Let's keep sim speed there. So I can see what's going on. Well, and the shuttle did the sacrifice there for us. Wow. I don't know what would have done more damage at that point. Was that from the enemy ship trying to fire back at over this direction? Which it looks like the base shields held through everything there, or was that the missile launcher going absolutely nuts and damaging the grid just because it happened to be in the way? Let's try... Just because if I'm really gonna give this a little bit of a test. Actually, there we go. There's some damage right there that's fresh. So I was trying to take down various ships in the area, but no such luck.
Ship fuel low.
How much reactor power do you have left on you, friend? Uranium. Oh. Actually... Oh. Shit. Oh, crap. Okay, remind me when I reload, I've got to restock the whatchamacallit here. Again, also for the purposes of testing. Here. Have all the uranium you could possibly use. There. Now you should be happier. We lose shield. If we lost power on the whatchamacallit, strawberry pancake, it would lose its shields because it wasn't docked to anything. Let's just see, especially with a convoy up in the air and me hovering about here. Let's just 14. Whoa, okay. That was interesting. Cargo ship that was crashed suddenly manages to leap into the air. Base is leapt to defense work. Wow. Cargo ship that was down over there clearly took off at me. That Hyperion over there is trying to look in my direction. Oh, no free shots. Okies are finally kicking in. Okay, so that was at least 3 grids. Oh, nope, here comes the convoy. Oh, crap. This is the one that will completely overwhelm... No, not overwhelm the base defenses. Apparently the... Haha. Oh, there goes the sim speed. Yeah, not recommended for use when you've got a convoy in range. Yeah, especially on the moon. That could use some... You may want to check for that particular... You may want to check for that condition. The only reason I'm surviving this is I am set in untargetable, so... I suspect that's why I'm surviving. I mean, it is certainly doing its best. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm in targetable range. Oh. Us take down enemy ship. Sim speed 0.5. Railguns ineffective. Here, let me show you how it's done. Yeah, not enough speed. Oh, there's side missile launchers on that. I didn't know that. Hey, there's a gun. Missed it. Point blank range. Shields holding. Sim speed 0.3. Just going down, boys. I have very little constructive control over the craft. You're firing upwards. What is coming up at me? Or what is coming down for me, I should ask. Oh, the pancake can't even pull it out of the air right now. The power's too insufficient. Wait for... There's a missile over there somewhere that's shooting at me. Yeah, this thing is no way made to survive combat. Or no way has the power to survive combat, I should say. There you go. Okay, you have full range on that for what good it's gonna do. Look at the ships that are still out in the distance there. They're shuffling around the old lander. Yep, just for speed 40. Missile launch over there. 60. 70, 75. Clonk. Oh, right. Neutral targets, so they're all just firing at each other. Oh, I think I gotta Vulture probably... No, Vulture's not going to come down. The Inquisitor's not. Alright. With the sim speed, the frames drop massively for me. That's not the frames dropping. Believe it or not, OBS is happily keeping up with this. No drop frames on my end. This is the sim speed, purely, at this point. Oh, look at that. The humpback came right down on the station there. Surprised the bobs haven't managed to tear it apart yet. Oh, right, neutral target. I don't have bobs set to grind neutrals on. Well, the good news is apparently the base is rated to hold off a single ship briefly while I can get into range. Power's maxed out on this because the shields are regenerating, so. Okay, let's just save that off. Go back to the main menu. Yeah, that's particularly evil, Lucas, especially if you've got I'm just kind of thinking drone swarm at that point. I mean, the large ships are kind of difficult because they kind of got a little... Those were doing some weird flying around when they were landed, and the ones that couldn't take off normally suddenly said, ah, I figured out how to take off. Aha. Let's get the one pre-test. Yeah, that is... that is overwhelming your defenses mode there. But it works. Oh. Just suddenly... That's what you need with the, You need a glitchy thing for that. Just glitchy slash hacker drone. Suddenly reaches out and... I'm trying to help. Here, let me get you some parts. And then suddenly, 5 minutes later, you've got a whole convoy dropping on your head. You can call it stress testing in more than one way. Yep. That was relaxing. That was very relaxing. I got to blow up some stuff. Reaffirm the fact that the strawberry pancake can't fight worth its damn in battle because it doesn't have enough power to keep its shields recharging and fire its weapons and recharge the railguns. Oh, man. Yeah, it doesn't take that long to reload, so. I don't even know what the mod count is up to at this point, but it's high enough that it's painful. I still also love the fact that Keen will leave the F11 screen up if you exit out of a world and load up another one. Okay. Back to where we were. Alright. Let's see. We were working on the lighting situation out here. We've got it largely resolved. But I have need of some improvements over here. I don't want to... Need to keep the hangar bay kind of in a good spot, but not in a ridiculous spot, if you get what I'm trying to think about here. Thinking as far as outer level of the door. Oh, this works out nicely, actually. That's right on the cusp of the voxels there. I like that. We'll have to resolve that. That will be a bit of a challenge, and also shouldn't be doing. This part does not need to be quite like that. That guy looks way too dark with the carbon fiber out there. I guess what I can do is just kind of... It's not connected here, but... Yeah. This side's gonna be tricky, but I need to slope the floor up to that level. I wonder what the carpet would look like on that. Curiosity. Tell me what you look like. You know, you don't allow for that. around with that. I haven't used any of the carpet yet, so that's why I was kind of seeing what options I had. They also... Did they add more blocks into... I think they did. Or at least they changed the icons on some of these guys, because here's the heavy slab slope corner. And I swear the icon looks different, so maybe some possible developments going on there. Nice to see. What I need is our... not our slope, our ramp. Just because that would probably look a bit better. It would probably make more sense to make it out of heavy armor for this. Kind of asking it to take on quite a bit of a load. Except I need to clear that light. I mean, I have a choice. I may have to go with a 2-in-1 slope. So many ships. That exiled engineer is getting very creative in what he's doing now. Let's just say. I mean, take that and then combine it with the hacker drone to the point of the fact that I had ships sitting out in the grid that, you know, sitting on the ground that weren't occupied. Just suddenly imagine having all of those ships get picked up. Oh, actually, you know what would be... That actually... Ooh, Lucas, you've actually got something there as far as, like, machinima purposes, because let's say I had like a landing field full of fighter craft, and I want to do like a sortie or a scramble, you know, sort of a shot. And you could take that, set them all. I presume I would have a way to be able to get them into a faction that they would be willing to work with, transfer them over to the NPC factions or whatnot. And then that way you've got, you know, a whole field of fighters just scrambling as fast as they can and trying to head to a specific spot. That's got some serious potential on it there. Just from the machinima standpoint. I mean, can you imagine if they had that for group survival and you had a bunch of Type 3s ready to take off? I should really do that. I should build... I've got a blueprint of one, so I could easily paste one in. I probably should put that in the civilian field somewhere, just a little homage. Yeah, that gets down to the edge of that slope, but not all the way, but it's close enough. I'm happy with it. We're gonna need to figure out... Do I keep this a constant slope, or do I want to, at this point, even it out? Because it would make sense if I even out the slope a little bit. It's like if I took the 4x1 down here and just did this at the foot. Oh, yes. Uranium. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Kimball. Not that I'm lacking for uranium. And legit, I can feed as much as I want into it and not run out of it anytime soon, but now let's keep the lights on and the shields powered, shall we? Holy crap. Actually, you just dump it in the cargo. It'll be fine. Yeah, actually, it was out of power. I guess I was really lucky that I had admin tools on. And even then, that was with the shields charging up on it and everything. That was enough to almost kill it. Alright. That's fueling up. I gotta find a place to keep that docked. Except I can't because of the, Ooh. You know what would be a good thing to do would be to actually take that over here and, like, dock up to one of the weapons platforms. So that way it's kind of sitting there and can augment it and whatnot. But yeah, we did have the... This was where that ship came down, so it came down right on top of the weapons emplacement. And even with that gun out of action, there was still just enough of the base guns left that it was able to hold a little bit. Brains, 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 Farrell, stop. Think. You are trying to do things. And uranium happened. And that was bad. we got a little bit of our work to do here. Bit of that and spot here. There was something. I keep bouncing around. I keep saying I'm going to work on this stream. And then Mr. Farrell seems to spontaneously develop ADHD and goes off after the next shiny thing. An idea for something I wanted to build. I need a nice small one. That size will do. I don't even bother. I guess I have to bother with cargo. Cargo, ejection system, modular thrusters. Nothing too fancy, just off the cuff. Get you in such a way that you will. Pipe through that. Never mind. Trying to build something very specific at this point. Mostly because I don't even know if it's going to really be viable or not. Tubes. I need all of your tubes. Feed me large steel tubes. Because I know I'm not out of stock on any materials at this point. Can't get rid of it quick enough. Okay, backwards, forwards, left, right. Let's find downs. That we need a remote. So that way we need drill heads. Which have a lovely azimuth we can stick on you. You're there. I can't quite reach you to fuel is the problem now. Options. Need some options on that, and that's gonna be. Actually, it doesn't hurt to give it a second one. When in doubt, you can never have enough extra power. Bob, you want to get that for me? I don't mind helping out, but... Okay, long tail. I need to move the gear to a better location, but I'll wait until I got uranium in that. Really? That's all the uranium ingots I had that's not in... I got some other craft that aren't running on a lot of power right now either. You're probably one of them, I suspect. So I don't think I fueled you that much. Okay, you are running dangerously low as well. I might actually need to go out hunting here. Alright, tell you what. Let's detach you. I don't need to have you running. Need to land you. And we can save your power. So I don't need the shield generators on that running non-stop. You're already offline. I actually need to go mining for something. Uranium is something I'm legitimately short on right now. Go Fig, where'd I stick you? The little... Get the mini miner here. What do you have left on you? Apparently you managed to pick up some stuff from something. I don't remember where, but... Sure. What about the refineries? Just got the 2 and they're empty. I would like to borrow 15 of that. That should be... And to answer the question, I still have that door. Good. Let's stick. That's better. All right. Still need gyros, antennas. Come on. Gyro. Room right down. Got. Yeah, I don't want to detach that until I have the gyro on board. All right, never mind. But you want to finish that up. Need. So here's the thing. Antennas for me right now are not something I really want to be running around broadcasting everywhere, because that's going to be bad. But short range is certainly doable. Because if I leave the antennas on, I'm going to attract every... Really? Small steel tube for that? Attract the attention of everything sitting around out in orbit. In fact, just firing this thing up is probably going to cause that to start already. Should I have an ore detector? That's not a bad idea too. Definitely sleeve one onto here. Have very big range on it. Turn your broadcast radius way down. We managed to do that without anyone getting interested in it. And we're going to put you at... You know, I'm good for 400 meters, because if it's something's within that range, I'm already probably taking damage from something else. Let's kill the detector. Save a little bit of power. And a tiny little bit of splash on it. Okay, we got that. Now I just need camera. Where's the camera going? Love to stick it on top, but it's gonna get ripped out by its own thruster, so let's just do one there. Okay, so we got rid of all of that. There's just one more thing I need to do. I'm trying to figure out how to work that into this design. What can I give this? What does it look like with that? No, don't do that. Oh my god, come on. Don't do that game. No, you don't want to let me repaint. There we go. Yeah. It wouldn't look bad if it wasn't so textured. That's what the clean armor looks like there. Okay, I can live with that. Clean armor plus the clean armor, just about. So, we've got a little ejector drone. We've got that. I need a... Yes, I did remember to add the couplers. Good. What I do, actually, is... Now I'm thinking about it. Start that. Two. So can't lock on from that angle. Just need to tell it. On that light, we don't need it anywhere near as bright. Two things about that I need to adjust. Take it first light. B. And B. Very good, just so I know where it is, but can still see out the front of this stupid thing. All right. We have ourselves a tiny little mini miner. This is how I want to dig out the connecting area between the bases. It's nice and small. I can fit down there, and I can control it. Everything has got an antenna on it. Now, antenna is tricky. I don't have anything on the base proper with an antenna, and honestly, what really kind of makes a bit more sense might be to actually just borrow another vehicle for it. Maybe put one on the courier here. And turn on. Oh. It's confusing me because that block doesn't have construction states on it. I'm like, wait a minute, why is it already there? Okay, got in before anyone noticed. Perfect. 100-meter range, which should mean to be able to go in the cockpit.
No fuel.
Power grid's offline, but we can fix that. Let's grab all the thrusters. Save them off them. Power the system back on, and see if we can control. Got the other grids listed. What is that noise? Okay. Something acting up on that grid. Don't know what, but don't like that. Let's make that easier to find. So long as I don't get out of the cockpit, I'm fine, I guess. Mini miner. Let's find your remote control. And find camera. Yeah, that noise is still going on there. Also, not a fan of that zoom aspect on that, but oh yeah. Nimble little sucker. The whole idea being I should and find a drill. Alright, that's gonna work. So, really game, can we not do that in the terminal? I don't know what they did to break it, but it's annoying. Crowd is on. Azimuths, or not the azimuth thrusters, the modular thrusters are almost a bit too powerful this. I said I needed stone and gravel for the runway? No. courtesy of the Bob's picking up for me, should take care of it. Or at least start taking care of it. While I sit in a nice, warm, comfy cockpit. Half tempted to name it the Hypercube, given how it's so crammed full of stuff. Yeah, this is kind of packed in pretty densely here. The only thing that's not actually functional is entirely cosmetic. Little armor bits on this. That said, the second this thing slams into a wall somewhere, if I'm not careful, it's falling apart. Okay, or like right here. A little tricky to get in just the right spot. Okay, that's what I'm having. Forgot how tight it is down here. Now, of course, I could be doing this a lot easier if I were right-click drilling, but I actually legitimately need the rock. And that ejector is just barely keeping up with the azimuth drill. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Have we reached the end of the tunnel yet? Doesn't feel like it's a long tunnel when you're walking it, but man, when you're having to fly through it. There we go. I can kind of walk around freely-ish. Guess there's one of the shield generators we have on the base buried. Yeah, Bob's doing a good job of keeping the pickup going, so I'm happy with that. If I really felt like it, I could probably very easily stick more azimuths on this, but one's not bad, all things considered. So I'd have to move the camera if I was going to do two. Remember, I'm flying slightly off axis too when I do this. I should have done this on the planet when I was having to dig up the connecting tunnels. Much nicer. Jump, 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 jump. You get a techno beat going to that. Bunch of ejectors. Come on, drill, keep up. You can do it. Let's also make sure I have. Yeah, because I need that running. Thank you for keeping that on, game, but I don't really need any more of it. So there we go. That's a little bit of a start to the tunnel down there. I mean, the range is limited, but the flexibility of maneuverability on this thing is so good that I'm not too worried about it. What is that? Something on that grid is just going abso-flippin'-lutely nuts. Alright. That's fun enough. Let's shut that grid down. Thank you, game. Oh, what is that? There's not anything on here that should be making that kind of noise. It's not on plenty of other grids around here. Okay, so I've got that little coupler on there because realistically, where that should belong. If we've got any more. Oh, I forget. Let's check you. What are you at right now? 46. And according to Mr. Production, because I probably canceled out the cement mix it was trying to make. Let's get that going. Cement mix. That definitely got satisfied with that. It's farming it out, but are you building it? Nope. Game. I know I've got NDS turned off. Shouldn't be overriding my production quotas. Should be a million bits of gravel in here. What the heck? But that's it. Yeah, I need to go bulk farming for gravel and uranium. So legitimately, I do actually need to go out and, especially before power fails, which it really shouldn't on the base. Let's get you undocked. You do this without breaking anything. I should add that in. Alright, where's the stupid... The only fighter cockpit I actually have is not on a fighter. Handbrake. No, not handbrake. I'm never gonna find the connector. Alright. Connector. Connector 3. Unlock. And let's deal with that right now. Lock. Oops. Too low. We need to go mining. Because even though I've got the solar panels here, I don't have a massive wall of batteries. I need to design a battery room and stick that in somewhere here. Alright, so for grid control, I need to stick a remote on you. Beautiful. I have a perfect spot for it already. Drop your broadcast range down, subtract attention. 100 meter. Let's see. I need coupler. Coupler. I need a coupler spot that can adapt 20 forward. It's not going to be designed to even unload as cargo. I don't want to keep any cargo on this thing at all. It needs to be on an outer edge where it can latch on. In a spot that's not going to destroy it should I smack it against something. That's a good spot. There we go. It's also like having a little bit of a booster on it, too. Now comes the next question. Do I remember... I have to level that hill out there. Flying out of that part of the hangar is not fun. Should have a GPS point for uranium on the moon, I hope. Or not. Got a space-based spot for one. I legit not found any uranium on the moon. I thought we had. An asteroid that's got a little bit of everything. We've got nickel, silicon, magnesium, platinum, silver, silver, gold. Anything that's not tagged MN or SP is down on the ground, so that's a silver uranium on the ground. I don't have a relay point. I just don't have the teleport network set up. Let's see. What's the range on it? I've got 1 day of power at this point. Got 250 on that versus 50. Turn that up a little bit. It's going to want to use that, but Great, I got a battleship hanging out over there. Alright. Space one. Yeah, I think that... Can't see. Keen. Pale blue text on white does not show up very well. Again, neither does your Ecru. Actually, the mining indicators show up not too bad now. All right, so SP is definitely out in space. That's over by Space Base 1. That's out of the running for the time being. So we can knock that one out. Space Base 1. Where's everything else? A little of everything is not that far off. Yeah, we should be able to make that no problem. We'll make it there. I'm not gonna jump drive it because that's kind of a waste, but it's a neutral Inquisitor. It shouldn't target us. I'm hoping a little of everything actually does include uranium, though. Otherwise, this is going to be a bit of a wasted trip. It's either that or I start really going aggressively salvaging, maybe take bobs and set them to just grind out uranium or power supplies and hope that I get through enough, get close enough to enough hulls to take out their power before losing everything. There's a lot of traffic out here today. Just saying. A lot of busy traffic. Oh, God. Oh, I placed that connector block just right. For a second there, I was worried I'd be smoking off the drills if I tried to thrust left at this point, but nope, we're good. Myself out by getting a little bit of charge off the solar panels. Battleship Agatha has noticed a nearby signal. You know, don't need them right now. Let's turn them off. You shouldn't be able to detect me at that range, but I suspect that Inquisitor's about to have some unwelcome guests. I don't even think I have a bob on this thing at this point, do I? Got one bob. Yeah, we are in no shape to take on any of that stuff. Turn that off. Seems to be doing 1.0 right now, so it's catching up pretty well now. Trash clean we did the other episode helps. Yeah, that's right, Battleship. You keep going the other way. Detecting at a pretty good range too. If I'm 5 away right now, that battleship really had surprisingly good range on it. Just saying. There's that fun going on. That's gotta be. Oh, this is the guy that's broken. Oh, heck, he's definitely not bothering me. Same can't be said for your friend here, though. Then again, you're pretty well armed. You've got a good complement of weapons still available to you. I don't think you have any of your jamming pods left, but that's not bad. I'm assuming that's what Battleship Agatha is heading towards. Spectator camera there. I don't want to... 9 kilometers. Let's do a little bit of... Should be playing the theme from Jaws in the background. Granted, this is an exceptionally painfully slow approach on that part, but oh well. Get to the asteroid before the other guy gets to his target. I'll tell you one thing, the Kerbal Space Engineering series is making me a lot more conscious about being able to fly by the nav ball in the UI. There are some definite benefits there. Meanwhile... And nope. Oh, he's coming on fast though now. It looks like he's coming on fast. Gonna make it 1 kilometer, 200 meters from weapons range. I'm gonna damps and did I get it? Just in time. Ladies and gentlemen, more Starship battle porn. This is actually kind of looking pretty close. I gotta say, that's I'm not seeing much fire coming out of the opposing ship, but definitely it's because at this point the game can't keep up with the damage effects. But oh, there we go. Now we're seeing missile fire still going. All right. He's getting shoved around quite a bit, but the other guy's doing a really good job of crossing the T here. Yeah, blue ship's toast. He's still got plenty of weapons in range, but with the amount of firepower coverage this guy's got, he's down 1 launcher already, but nothing's engaging launchers on the second side, it looks like. Most of his offensive weaponry up front's been shot off, so yeah. Okay, so in other words, I'm gonna have that dropping down pretty soon, because that is moon base in the background there. Probably enough to create a perfectly position to get them. Alright, priorities. Arrow, I need uranium. Running out of power. Unless I go on a crash power cell building program. Iron for days. Gold, ice, iron. Why did I say a little bit of everything when I was lying to myself clearly? Because my ore detectors are going to cover this bulk of this area, and I'm not seeing any uranium. Shield power do I have on this thing? Yeah, not enough to go with it anywhere near that. There's space rocks in the area. I need something that's got uranium. Well, we got one over there. Hang on. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't like the look of that. That's a little too detailed. Game. Is that an encounter on this asteroid, or is it just weird texturing right now? Ah, weird texturing. That would be the answer. Alright. Iron, ice, and platinum. I think I've already marked this one. Platinum is not an issue at this point. I mean, I suppose I could break down missiles for platinum over on the base. It's not like I have any shortage of stuff there. You definitely have some iron on you. Oh, so many things that you've missed, including the mother of all, leaping starships, I guess you could call it. I am down on the ground, crash. Suddenly I'm up in the air, flying at massive max velocity. I feel like I have to play around with that now. I want to see what it looks like if I had a whole field of, like, fighters and whatnot, set enemy faction, and then just told to come at me. So we got a couple rocks out here that might be a good candidate. Alright, aha, uranium. Bingo. Fairly sizable deposit of it, too, it looks like. I think. Hang on. Are you truly what you say that you are? Or are you just mocking me, sir? That don't look quite so much like uranium. That kind of looks more like silver, honestly. Yeah, you're stone. Not so big a deposit as I may suspect. Trying to keep in mind retexturing and whatnot. Could have messed around with the look of it. Verify this one visually first. Yep, that's uranium. Okay, so dead on, straight through. Follow the borehole. Tilt slightly up. Give myself nice clear access to it. Alright, antennas need to be on. Let's find the coupler. I think putting them a hotbar, so who knows which ones that is. Are on, so let's add. Let's actually make it so that when we rejoin these things, they can't possibly give it the right name. Weird name. And toggle block off. Alright. There, give me. Of course, now it's renamed everything. Thank you very much, sir. This is inner side. Oh, lovely. I'm in an unarmed grid. Problem is the game likes to do this now in this version. I do not like that it knows how to do that. Bob, give me a hand here. You are on. Do I have you set to actually be able to grind down enemy grids? Fly mode, grind. Yes. Probably also lost the miner drone, I suspect. Here, buddy. Wanna dance? Let's dance. Either that or you're completely out of ammo. However, I suspect at this point you've been neutralized. Your little robotic brain has been torn out and lobotomized. Or not. That's right. Get all the good stuff, Bob. Hasn't gotten the reactors yet, but he's already run out of power, though. One of them is down. Come on, give me one more. There you go, second reactor. Timer block's dead. Your programming block has been disconnected. I'm pretty sure that's not a Lucas thing, because I've run into these in vanilla lately, where they've got little stuff up there that goes after miners if you hang out in just the right spot, and it annoys the ever-loving hell out of me. Because you build a ship and it's designed for one thing, you don't bring up into your first launch onto orbit something that's got 20 million Gatling guns on it to deal with things. That's pretty much all the useful stuff I'm gonna get out of it, right? Yeah. Hang on. Get me admin mode. I want to sit here forever, taking out stuff that I don't need. That's better. Because I don't need any more of those materials. Alright, let's see if I can call our friend home. Yeah, he's still out there. Do that and give me the... Let's fix this. Control. Alright, where are you? You are refineries that are pretty close-ish out there. And base, where's the miner grid? You're close enough, and since I'm in control, I should be able to see it. Aha. There it is. Okay, let's get back to our friend. That's lovely. A nice little voxel chunk sticking out there. Where is he? Smith antenna. This is... Ooh. Must be a big uranium deposit in there, I guess. Take it back. Alright. Since we want to pick up as much as we can with our Bob. Position ourselves there. Access into small grid. Control, camera, projector on. And mine away to my heart's content. Kind of like this approach. This is gonna work. This would work really well on planets. We've got a coal, not a coal seam, a really small seam of ore that just is too ridiculously small that it doesn't make any logistical sense to try to get even a small grid miner down the hole to get to it. And doesn't make any sense to go after, massive surface to ore level drill because the seam is so thin that you just don't get anything out of it. This would actually work out pretty well for that. Right, you can keep a Bob within range, but even then, in worst case scenario, okay, you drill out a shaft, stick a Bob at the bottom of it with a relay up to the cargo tube up to the surface. So then you still only have to construct the shaft. You're not sinking a lot of materials into it. Trying to keep an eye on that mobile refinery group that's out there and getting closer. What do you think of that? Let's see how much we've picked up over here. Poke holes, what do you got on board? Any more? 3.17. We've got some ore. Yeah, it's a good haul for the time being. But you know what? I can get more. Control. Should I have a camera assigned to it? Oh, apparently I am in control of it. Never mind. Yeah, this is a good uranium find here. Actually, it's a good asteroid period. That's uranium, platinum, silver, iron, silicon. Okay, silver and iron is kind of a waste, but usually where you find a little bit of silver, there is some of the gold to be found as well. It's not gonna strip mine this thing in no time, but this will do for a start. All right, where's my hole out? Dock this thing without having direct line of sight on the connector. Should be somewhere around here, right? No. Right level there. I shouldn't actually be in remote control while I'm doing it. Off by a few blocks. There we go. And drop a bookmark on that spot. That's a good one. Space. This was uranium, iron, silver, silicon. Not too far off from, we're about the same distance as the, actually a little further away than the other one. Yeah, because that little of everything is that far away. All right. Stay away from all the traffic. It'll be fine. There's base. For value, sufficient value of base. AKA can't see. Weird little... Gyros on this, not 100% up to snuff. You don't want to drift. I don't even have the controller plugged in. That's what I'm used to seeing there. Yeah, like most gold mines on a planet right now, it's exactly what I've got in mind. That and ice in the middle of the desert. 90% of the times, that's a ridiculously, stupidly thin vein. So you've already had to run around for an hour just to find the frickin' stuff. Now you've got this tiny little vein that doesn't do you any bit of good. And you're supposed to get off the planet without having access to any heavier end stuff. Well, let's see. You've given me materials that I can't possibly make any powerful thrusters with. And a limited supply of fuel for said powerful thrusters that, yeah. Alright, while we wait for the trip back, Mr. Farrell's gonna grab a quick drink of water. I have plenty of time before we get there, so I'll be right back. Now, mind you, I am sorely tempted to type "come at me, bro" in the in the field, because that would be that entire group trying to race after me to get down here, which would be hilarious. Okay, sufficient hydration achieved. The relaxation is back. Admittedly, I was not expecting to run off and do a uranium run tonight, but such is as it is. Sure, pop a ship 5 kilometers away from me while moving at max speed. Hang on. You. Visual ID on an untagged grid out here. Yep, never mind, it's a rock. Space rock. So inventory it and see what's out there, though. It's rendered. Maybe it has something. Oh, yeah. The other thing I should also do. Turn off the antennas, please. Thank you. You never know. Maybe this rock's got some good on it. It's one of the more dangerous rocks to swing around too. Doesn't look like anything in this. Should be picking up something off the azimuths at this point. Alright. Well, landmark at least, so... maybe I start setting up some various waypoints? I don't know. I mean, I'm not in the artificial gravity here, so it's a valuable extra jump point. Actually, it's a closer jump point in a ways, because that's the jump point from the moon base that I've got up there. So this was actually, oh, maybe up and over. I don't know. Amps off. Okay, there we go. So you don't have to smash down the acceleration button. Alright, so this will get me a bit of a jump start on uranium production. I guess I need to prioritize a battery room, because between that and the solar panels, we have to bump up the solar panel density a bit. Between the two, I'm going to need that to keep this base going, because really I shouldn't be burning a ton of uranium. I'll be hanging on to the uranium for the ships and emergency reactors only, and live off the batteries and solar panels where I can. I think where I'm going to put a battery room. I mean, it needs to be kind of buried deep, so I'm guessing underneath the assembly area makes sense. And that way, if for some reason the... actually, no, because all the shielding stuff is on the civilian side of the station. Maybe I need to find a way to stick batteries over there somewhere. Like I said, I'm getting more used to flying by the nav ball. Though it's weird because even though when I'm moving backwards, thrust indication was still saying it was acting like I was moving forwards. Yeah. Detector. See if I can take her on manual. Oh, not bad. Granted, moon, but... Uh-oh. Something's followed me down. Completely missed that one. Well, the base just got its first kill. Alright, what did I miss, guys? Because I was too busy manually flying in and ignoring anything that the game was trying to tell me when I was doing that. It's probably not a good thing that I should be thinking about there. Alright, let's get refinery up. Should we get all of the uranium out? So I'm seeing a connector over there for whatever weird reason. Don't know why, but sure. So I have 2 refineries. Use them, game. Good lord. I need something that's gonna give me gravel in greater quantities because I'm just not getting enough of out of there. All right, that's doing pretty good. I'm happy with where we are there. I think that little buddy system is going to work out pretty good. Let's take a look downstairs and person and kind of see what we got. And it's not great, but it got the bulk of the job done. Now I can actually get down the tunnel here without having to, because I want to come down straight on this for a little while and then kind of kick it over to the side here. Because then the next challenge is I got to figure out how to get it to pair up with this grid. We get the angles that we're going at. Almost, he says. I could put the battery room down here too. Also gotta think of a better way to do that down here. We should have. When do we have? I kind of want to keep this open for all the storage. Not sure where else to stick a battery. Don't do that, game. Don't lock up like that. I'm guessing whatever came down disintegrated on landing, or nope, hang on. Ha! Thank you. It left some presents behind. Does it come straight down on my signal or something? Because the missile turret here is the only thing that's engaged. Because I've got turret movement off. So that's the only thing that even did any shooting. It's this one. Yeah, I've got you maxed at 800. Huh. Very interesting. No, the batteries are spread around the base. I mean, I just don't have a lot of them. I'm up for handling... If I were to have a vulture come down on me, I could handle that pretty easily right now. I'm not too worried about... If anything, I'm more worried about the missiles here doing more damage to the base proper. Because they're going to be very good at doing that. We saw that happen when that missile turret was trying to shoot grids over there and just shot through the tail of the shuttle. Because it don't care. Missile turret don't care. Grid got in the way. All right. I got that dealt with. Still have to fix this mess too. Stop doing that. Stop heaving, thrusting, splaying, and wobbling. Battery room. Right. I guess question number one is, do I have a lot of power cells in storage? Because that I would not have been salvaging up tons of. Let's try. Presumably, unless it was in cargo on a ship. Then that's another... Nope, I take it back. I've got some. Yeah, 942 is pretty decent. I know I've got superconductor components, so I'm kind of thinking... all of this room down here. And honestly have not had any idea of what to put down here. What I kind of need is like a pillar, what do I have to work with? Creative blocks, please. Not a torpedo launcher. That would probably work out very poorly. Ah, right. Wing. Got rigging on that. So. Large steel tubes. You just want the world, don't you? Amusingly, my brain is going stalactites and stalagmites. It's just gonna kind of... no pattern, just randomly drop a few of these in. There, one there. Trying to think of some fun way to do this, and coming into my head at this point is just kind of something like that. Some of these out a little randomly. Well, this is one way I'm going to be able to burn through my steel tube supply at the very least. I found a way to do that. Yes, I need all of the tea in China. And your steel tube, by the way. Large steel tube. Take all of that. Check the outputs on ammo and power, since pretty much all the base seems to be on low on energy. No, we're good. The reason why the base is low on energy is because I've got the shields up. That's what's killing it. Well, that, and I had the small grid attached to it, so it was draining power to keep its shields going. And ammo and power, ammo's definitely not a problem. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, because remember, everything I've been salvaging is still sitting in the inventory system down here. So I can tell you right now, that's, if you're wondering why energy, well, that's because I don't have that hooked up to anything. So the base is fine for power. Conveyor network's still going. Everything's still hooked up. I mean, literally to the point I've got the... yeah, I don't have all of the fusion reactors. These are on ships, so that's not a big deal. The on-grid stuff, I've got the fusions there. Good. Those are tiny, so that's definitely in a ship. Those are tinies. That's in a ship, so that's another grid entirely. No, we're doing good. I take it back. We are we're trickling down a little bit there. More than I'd like. That one... what might be doing it... yeah, you see, I'm eating up a ton of power on the shield gens. That's what's not helping. turn off the backup one. That's down in the interior base. It only requires 10... Actually, no, that's running on a trickle of power at this point. And yeah, I mean, I've got small shield generators and the small stuff that's docked, but that shouldn't be killing it. Is... Let's see. 1 kilowatt. Well, you're in standby. We don't really need you. You're running flat out. Why you burn? I mean, granted. Boom. But... the rate's still so-so. Yeah, that's probably what it is. You got a good point there. I've got batteries going up left and right here. So these guys are not helping as I'm building this out. Yeah, 12 minutes and whatnot. Okay, so that makes sense. This is why I want to do the stalactites, because with the reactor glow down there, I can throw in a little bit of extra lighting to make this room look pretty funkily weird. Funkily dokily, you may even call it. So, third pole there. Second pole. Anything that doesn't have a battery gets a second pole. Granted, I am not doing the base any favors by doing this, but long term we need it, and I need to do it while the sun is out, so that way the solar panels get to take advantage of, we get advantage of the power that they're gathering. Plus, they're azimuth batteries. They carry a ton of power around them, so. Yeah, that's gonna look pretty funky when they all get lit up. I like that. Okay. Let's see how much power. 4 hours ETA on the power usage, but we can also help ameliorate that with a little bit of work on solar tower. Because working with those tiny little panels also isn't helping matters. Let's scaffold our way through some more fun here. Also need a pillar block that works. Cross section, yes, please. I need you to come up with me. Gee, you probably don't have that much in the way of spare parts left right now. Yeah, if anything. Didn't even think to see what the power levels were over here if I had any ore on that. Looks like we've got. Oh, I've got a stupid amount of uranium in some of those reactors, so legit. Why do you need that much? Guess it needed a place to put it. Yank that out and. Oh wow, it really did need a place to put it. You have that. I'm gonna pull you up so you can help me build that stuff up there. Oh, I am pretty much more or less outside of the base bob range. So apparently I still have a Klingon. What you got in you? Yeah, I don't want to just drop that. Actually, hang on. Can I, if you don't mind? No, you do mind. Well, shoot. What are you? Yeah, not full. You grab that. Because I wouldn't mind refilling the hydrogen here while I'm sitting about it and thinking about it, and the O2 probably wouldn't hurt either. Do that because that's full. Oxygen, yeah, you can take my used oxygen bottle and... just for the sake of... just putting it to use. Really? Hey, Bob. Wake up, Bob. Good job for you. Okay. And Bob roars to life. Holy shit. Yeah, Bob, you want to finish off the rest of that? Go for it. It's kind of overdue to finish off this part of the tower. You're also out of parts. I'm out of interior plate. With everything I'm carrying on this vessel, I am out of interior plates. Now, can I interest you in some here? Give me all that extra crap that I'm carrying. I'll pick some up for you, Bob. Built that tower like right on the edge of what Bob can build, apparently, because he managed to build all the solar panels for me, but not anything else. Oh yeah, he's off to a feisty start there. I like that. All right, which solar rotor piece do I think I'm going to try this guy here. The upper panels. It's because they've got the most amount of wiggle room of all of them at this point. I think that's going to work with the end rotation on these guys. Not that I really need to have cargo network exposure through them, but the top one, it kind of makes sense that I could do like a clover approach to it. 6, 7, 8. Two more. Yeah, the Admiral Suite, those doors that close well from the frame of the door, you can open and close them. I'm vaguely remembering what you're talking about. The problem is that the way that they were set up, once you could actually see anything to close. No, it wasn't that. It was, Curse it. You've asked me something that I was thinking about the top of my head, and I can't think of it now all of a sudden. I mean, legitimately, I do need to go back through and kind of do another pass on the bridge there. Just to play around with it a bit more. This is kind of a waste when I think about it, because I can't fit anything really in the corners, per se, without it interfering with each other. These so we kind of something like that. Oh, you don't belong there. Yeah. this up a little bit. Different kinds of solar panels. The different rotors. Wonder how many... Ooh, that's gonna be close. We're very close. Yeah, this is going to be interesting now to see how these two interact with each other. Let's do an experiment, shall we? I'm not going to get anything out of this tower. Holy crap. We'll try for it, but I don't think we're going to get anything at this time of day, at the very least. If anything, it highlights the maneuverability limits that rotor's going to have, because I can't even put the arm on this sucker right now. Why are you bouncing and jiggling around? No. You don't need to... Too keen. Stop jiggling. You're a finely balanced piece of machinery. You're not a trampoline. Save my trampolines for the pistons that decide to embed themselves in the ground randomly. Unknown sick. Anything. Another set of badger gloves. Yeah, the problem I was having with the doors was all the door pieces didn't necessarily have the ceiling and floor piece on them, and that's what I ran into in the rooms. Oh, good lord. Now you're just embarrassing yourself, Grid. Come on. Come on, stop that. No heaving, spilling, and thrusting. Telling you. Alright, so I'm guessing we've got as much built there as we can. What do we still need on these guys, aside from... yeah. Cells and goitas. As opposed to chutes and ladders. Sure I've got... yeah. Pretty sure I can stock you up for that, Bob. Not a problem there. Felt a voice crying out, as if suddenly 16 grids all welded simultaneously in the game. Solar cells I'm not going to be able to relay up in quite a big a chunk, but still faster than spreading them out individually. Glad I didn't start selling off solar cells en masse too much. I did sell off quite a few, but not in crazy stupid amounts. What I should probably do is prioritize on this one. Just because it makes more sense to get what power I can get out of this now, because that sun's about to go down. Worry about getting some complete panels here. How are you going to react? Because tomorrow, in this world, you're going to spin around in that direction. So you're going to look like those guys do. Actually, I managed to finish up the ones on there, which I wasn't really keen about it doing. Oh well, if I wanted to have it build exactly how I wanted it to build, I would be building it myself. Okay, that's it. That should be all the solar cells on base. Shoo, still short quite a ways. All right, perfect. Got something for these guys to do tonight. Let's see, we're at with those batteries too. That's right, because these guys were built before the before NDS was turned off. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, and a bunch of incomplete batteries. Power cells, I'm willing to bet. Yep. All right, let's get some solar cells built. And some extra batteries. That won't take too long. Well, a chance for salvage of solar cells out here. If there's anything I'm going to be able to grab. What I'll do is... let's see if there's anything else the Bobs want to work on further down. Yeah, they found some stuff. Not all of it, but that's the interior plates we need. Imagine if I was trying to do all this by hand, welding it up. Be here for the next year, or just trying to finish off some of this stuff. Instead of just randomly starting and stopping and starting and stopping projects. Bunch. Figure that is almost a full interior's worth of interior plate. Interior's worth of interior plate. I believe I meant inventory's worth. Okay. And there. Left over. Finish that off. I guess I had some components that could have gone up there after all. What else was missing up here? Ah, glass. Bulletproof glass. I can help you with that. I have tons of that still, too. We'll run that supply down the ground. At least it's only certain things that I'm running out of. Honestly... especially with the way that this one's getting blocked. Let's just... stop wiggling. Stop that.
Inventory full.
It's going everywhere. It's gone haywire.
Inventory full.
Take this down the easier way. Here you go, Bob. Gave you a present. Okay, Bob's not going to take care of my present until I actually tell them, yes, I know that even though the solar panels are still somehow registering that they have a charge out here. But ask me why. Bob? Yeah, base Bob too slow. This Bob much quicker. Much quicker. Oh, you left your little base behind. Okay. Including special guest star Space Engineers Physics, ladies and gentlemen. Finish game. Lock glitching through ground. Well, not glitching, but let's get you somewhere you can actually see where I'm driving. Really? Even with that, all that, you're still saying that you don't have enough, huh? Alright. Oh, that'd be why. And the rest of my inventory. Okay. That ought to help things out quite a bit. Let's not leave you out here, considering I've got a... It's a faction ship. I can't just go grinding these things down. Take faction rep hit if I do that. Alright, it's an IDSR cargo. What is IDSR? Like me or not? Sappers are okay with me. Neutral. Of course, I have no idea, no way to know if I grind them down, am I going to piss off anyone else? Because they don't have anything in here on what else they're aligned with. Everyone else is... Okay, I've pissed off Merciless Engineering to a certain extent. I've pissed off Supreme Industry, United Engineering. I want to keep UNIG friendly. Uranium, I can't pass up source of uranium. I will tell you one thing we're going to be doing. All Bobs. Now hear this. Stop with the harbor block. I don't need any more. Actually, yep. Disable that priority for that. Care about projectors. I don't really care about conveyors right now, honestly. I don't need gyroscopes. That's got tons of stuff I don't need. I don't need thrusters, amusingly enough. Whoa. Okay, big explosion that was bright enough to light up the screen even inside the lock, the console window. What did you just blow? Your whole back end looks like it's now canted separately from the front. Oh yeah, you blew open something good. He's got some solar panels. Where were you like 10 minutes ago, friend? Turn the Bobs on to be able to grind neutrals if I do this. Oh, no, wait, they're already going after stuff. Okay. Found something to go after. What did you guys find? Probably some sort of detached grid that was stuck somewhere. I'll grind you down to look inside, but if there was anything in there, you're not needing it now. You do not have power on the forward half of the ship, so maybe I am better off seeing if we can get anything out of you. Survey says no. Still got something on here that you own. Beacons and antennas, that's for sure. Granted, none of those are on, but don't see any interior defense. Doesn't mean there isn't any here. This part of the ship is... Hello, turret. Got no power in this section. Oh, great. Yeah, the pirates love me now because of that. Okay. Gonna cause problems if I try to grind this stuff down to get access. That's out towards the wreck. That's further in. Awfully nice of these people to open up all their airtight doors. Good lord. Another gun. You guys have way too many guns. Just saying. Grav gen. Holy crap are the guns. How am I screwing things over? Yeah, they're not liking me now. That's okay. That turret's kind of useless. Talking about firing through a tiny little half-block gap. Good luck with that. Weird. Very, very weird ship design. Alright. Let's see just how badly and how fast we can trash reputation in the economy update. By flipping you guys over to grind neutrals. Theoretically, you should be doing faction reduction for this. Oh, that's why the gravity's all screwed up, because somewhere there's an active grav generator pulling down the other way. Full G grav, too, no less. Oh, hey! Look. I'm not losing reputation off of that. See if we can get a bit more. Just to preempt what I know I'm going to need very shortly. That's not looking right. Willing to bet the cargo containers are empty. Change the rest of the ship there. Still haven't gotten the guns there. eye on that convoy up there. It's got an unlabeled. That. Oh, good lord! Another one of these is dropping out of the sky over there. Wonder if we got a defective class ship going on here, because that's getting a little crazy. Yeah, that's this guy. What's your deal? Your deal is good lord. I'm assuming this particular guy spawned in like this is like a trap almost. Because there's no way that a thing is going to be ground down in exactly that pattern. It seems a little fishy. But, whoa. Okay, there's nothing left of that sucker. Battleship Agatha has noticed nearby movement. No kidding. Ya think? Holy mother of... Well, okay, yeah, you go chase down that stuff, wander into the planetary gravity well. I'm fine with that. I have no qualms with you doing that, sir. Have fun. Good luck. Don't fry. Alright, how are we on... Large cargoes. There... No, barely even touched it. Oh, no, I take it back. That one's full, that one's full, that one's full. I'm gonna have to add some more to you, aren't I? Only just to empty out the Bob's interior, because, yeah. Let's start going for some other oddball stuff. Let's re-enable the thrusters. I could sell those. I was able to sell those off for a decent amount. Enable. You got a fair amount of them scattered through your hull. What happens when I get too close to your old mother part here? Happens is a pretty fireworks show. Is that thruster? Yeah, rear thruster. Okay. If the cargo network can handle it, sure. Actually, I wonder. I wonder, since it's already cut in half. I guess oh. Okay. It'll lift. I need to deliver you back to moon base. I don't need this part, but you're lifting. I just need to get you Keep your level. No, 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 no. Oh, I shouldn't have enough thrust in certain directions for this. There's moon base. Up and over. Alright. Try to keep it stable. Oh, no, 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 no. Let's not go over like that. Oh, the amount of noise that this thing is making. I don't want to mess around with connectors because bad things happen in this game with connectors get involved in me. It's how connectors suddenly turn into magical little fun things that like to drop onto other things and blow them up. I don't want to do that. Just yank this whole thing over and I don't even need the connectors to begin with. Gyro lag on this whole mixed up concoction right now is hideous. In case you're wondering. Thruster lag's not so bad, but should also have enough knocked out of this thing I can probably paint it. I hope. Probably not, because otherwise I'd be grinding it as I went with this, because then the neutral bobs would be taking it. No, don't tip as you go. I'm sorry, the convenience of hitting P instead of having to waste a slot to put in connector disconnects. Alright, what's still left on this grid that I can't... Yeah, still have valid stuff somewhere. What do you think is a system that prevents me from painting it? Go over to that side and get the rest of the thrusters. Maybe that'll be what does it. Now, legit what I need to do is set up projectors and blueprints to actually print on-demand extensions of the cargo network. Build it kind of like how Stonebreaker was going to be built for PvP until things went bad. Get the rest of... Oh, I know. That's what's probably doing it. The gyros. Go ahead and grab those. I'm just gonna be picky until I actually get rid of everything that could possibly have an owner on it. Projectors as well, and technically conveyors. Give that a shot and see if once I strip it down to just armor, it'll be happy. Still can't believe that other grid has picked up that huge chunk. Snow, maybe, possibly. I don't know. Nope, still something in there that the game says it owns. What could it possibly own? Hope it's not counting like ramps and whatnot. This pod, but this one should already be pretty much empty. Oh, I found something. Something down in that section it didn't like. And still doesn't like. What the heck? I got buried back in here. He's literally down to just armor. Armor, interior plates. Aha! Gyros is what's complaining about. I don't want to flip the base to grind neutrals because if something does happen to land on it, it's a neutral and it needs to be doing other more important work. I don't want to have it tied up. Here, a little bit, will ya? God, I get it. I hear the sound of many things being torn up. I think I got it. Oh, yeah. There she goes. Crap, crap, crap. Don't. No, no. Guys, no. No, Bob. 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 You're not helping. Stop. It's got shields, but not that good a shield. Holy crap. Get out of there. Bob's off. There. Holy crap, that's fast. Legitimately, that is hideously to the point where I had between these two grids before I got the bobs off on them. Holy crap. Alright, anyone remember where we parked for that other half? Hoping trash cleanup didn't get it, but it was kind of over the defensive tower. There it is. Might be able to get the rest of this. Kind of big on the chunk side, so I don't know, but also is without power, so I can't exactly say that I can't grind it. Oh my goodness, it can. All right, a bit further. Shall deliver this to the Bobs, and they shall be happy. I won't, because it's going to be that much more steel plate I got to get rid of, but make sure we don't take out anything good here. Alright, that should start bringing her down a bit. There's nothing that should be owned. Yeah, I guess there is stuff that's still on. Darn it. Alright, actually, yeah. Give me another Bob run. I do have armor off. I shouldn't be trying to nick any of the armor. See if I can keep it in view for you guys. There we go. Let's try. That stuff I'm seeing. That's just another whatchamacallit place. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I went into spectator camera. It was not an invitation for you to keep twirling around like a lazy Susan. Okay, I've never seen the game do that before. Alright, oriented right. I want to see what this thing does when it starts to rip apart the grid. Why did you just... No, Why is F7 screwed up all of a sudden? Ian, where did you touch that? You're not supposed to be doing that. Maybe the cockpit's screwed up on it. Right from... Something about the Iron Horse's cockpit isn't working right. No, you're... They've somehow managed to break how F7 works. Because I should be able to put the game into spectator camera mode. In the past, you would do this. Put it into spectator camera mode, switch over to F7, and the game at this point would now leave me in control of the grid. But as you can see, it's just put me back in... It's put me in some weird... I'm flying backwards right now on this, and it's not backwards. Heck, Keen, what did you do to F7? Seriously. Come on, get the last part. You know you've got something in here you want to grind down. It's nice and juicy. So you'll grind down all the rest of the stuff. There's legit nothing left in here. It's armor and whatnot, which that has been allowed to grind down. Except for our 2 gyros. The problem is I don't want to grind these down. The reason why I'm not grinding them down to see what else is on the grid is because if I do that, I take that stupid reputation hit. Whereas if I use Bob, Bob doesn't cause the reputation hit at this point. I know I can't count on that for future stuff, but let's see if that'll get him. There we go. I think it started it. I can feel the lag. All right, so this is not the bobs up above because the bobs up above can't eat armor. This is all base bobs underneath that grind pit right now. I'm gonna have to move chunks of this back onto it. It's not gonna... Oh, that's just not right. I like it, but that's not right. Oh my goodness. Is he gonna get that other part before it goes? That piece is definitely out of range. This may not be within best range of the of that whole grid, but wow. Hang on, Bobs, I'll give you a hand here. Oh, come on, I thought I was... Nope, I'm not in position. Now I'm in position. There. Here, base Bobs, you have that piece. I'm gonna go grab... last bit that was down here. Oh my god, the sim speed. It's actually, no, the sim speed's 1.0. It doesn't feel like I'm flying in 1.0 right now. It feels like I'm flying in soup, but... Did you? Nope, there it is. Okay. Just lost track of it. Additional lighting is required. I got a gear. Lock it up. Bob's just literally can't make up their mind right now of what's going on here. No, actually, no, it's repaired the grid. That's why. It said, aha, this is a neutral grid. I'm not supposed to grind it. Let's give it a sacrificial... Wow. Hungry Bob. Very hungry Bob. That's why I'm not worried about anything managing to come down and get into this base. If anything wants to come down into this base inside of my defensive halo, good luck to you. Much better. All right. You know what? I bet by now those batteries are probably, hopefully, I really hope, recharged. Let's see what we got. 2 days, a bunch of incompletes. I need to go down there and see what's incomplete then. You should not be incomplete. You should be complete. You should be whole and hearty and hale. And you're right now, instead you're saying hail no. Power cells and all of the power cells, I can get them. Right. We can accommodate that. We have the technology. Let's just build a whole crapload of them. I missed one. How did I miss one? That just won't do. There. Here we go. Sherwood Forest is coming into existence down here. Slowly but surely, one piece agonizing piece at a time. Alright, that should help with part of the power flow problem. The other thing that I haven't touched on are those reactors. Let's take a look at the advanced inventory. You have nothing in them. Right, because those don't take standard fuel. That takes something else. I'm trying to remember what that something else was. It's been so long. If I can even make it. I mean, EE's... We're talking really old mod here. Classic SE mod days. Photon agitator, possibly? Is that what it needed? We'll find out. Build a couple of those. Just needs little bits of everything. I've got plenty of. It's anything like a... It's not that. Alright, let's see if... Oh, you... Have to read back up on that and see what it takes for fuel. Thought it would take uranium, but it doesn't. Deuterium or something along those lines? Very... That was kind of Star Trek-ish back in the day, if I remember right, but... Alright, so that worked. Let's just cut that there. Tower looks a little lopsided without that arm on it, but I'm gonna live with that for now. Let's see what that does tomorrow. Roof. We have a transition plane that I need to work on with this roof, because now I'm treating it as extended. Of course I had to put the cross bracing there, nowhere near the scaffolding. It's okay, there's not even any there. Alright. Might be able to work with this. Let's try putting in a slope. Go with the texture on that. I mean, I guess I still technically need, whatchamacallit anyways. More steel plate. I'm certainly burning through a fair bit of it here. With luck, this should kind of continue the look that exists before and transitions it into this new slope here, because I can then do... Oh, actually, yeah, let's do that. So that little spine is a bit less severe. It doesn't like totally turn into the spines that we have there. Tell you, it feels like I'm swimming through 0.5 sim speed, not 0.8. It's a little disconcerting. Magnesium fuel cells. Okay, that's probably why I'm not seeing it on the list. 'Cause I don't have a lot of magnesium, most likely. We'll take a look here. Let's see. What in God's name is going on up there? Just want to keep it down up there. It's just missiles after missiles after missiles. Just wrecks everywhere. Come on, guys. My sim speed. Have mercy. This is all stuff I can't get rid of unless I bring Bob up with me. He's doing some aggressive maneuvering, though. Doesn't need to, but he's doing it. Come on, someone else come over here and take it out. Anyone? Anyone? No one? No one's gonna go on and take on the... Alright. Let's see. You said magnesium fuel cells. Survey says okay. It is using it. It's using it in a weird fractional way, which is kind of disconcerting, but let's take a look at, it's been a while, 18.97 output on that sucker right now versus azimuth reactor large putting out a heck of a lot more, but not bad for a backup generator. And the nice thing is it's using up iron and magnesium. Well, I got plenty of that to throw around. Alright, so these sections. What am I doing here? I kind of... Let's see what this looks like from the inside first. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Transition piece time. Let's see what we can find for something that will fit there. Nope. 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 Go. actually... No! Don't take texture! Ah! No! No! The block does not take the modded texture. Does not take Keen's texture block. No. The Feral has been made very sad. These guys do that same shape or not? Nope, 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 nope. Kind of not even sure what that is. If I wanted to build a roof on a building, not really doing that here. That's the 2x1, the 2x1 to 1x1 transition, so we don't want that. Crap. That really is the only block I have of that kind. All right. I guess I'll have to live with it. But one day, Keen, mark my words, you will add that block to the game. You will. Or at least it doesn't look that bad from the outside. Just the inside, if you happen to be looking at that particular spot on it, is going to look a little bit ugly. I like that. That lessens the severity of the bracing overhead, gives the roof line a bit more detail on it, and then cap off the end cap. Just to give it a little bit extra detail there. There. I think that'll work. Okay, so we've got the ceiling there with the hangar finally in place. Only really have to worry about a door. And for that, what options do I have? 8s. I could go with the smalls, but that's small grid only. With the 4s. No, we want the 8s. Crazy 8s. These are the really thick ones, aren't they? Dagnammit. I don't want a crazy thick door. Just need a slightly better one. I think that's still... It's not gonna work right. So it needs to... It's properly anchored. Shoot. Work for that. That's it. That far and no farther. That's not gonna work. Wrong orientation, Feral. No. Bob, no. No, no, no. Gotta read my mind, Bob. Wrong rotation. Wrong lever. Wrong lever, Kronk. I should start calling Bob as Kronk. Okay, so I don't need to worry quite so much on the ramp on that side, which is good. I just need... let's see. We've also got armored gates. What box is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Or 5 and bring it down a block. Yeah, let's do 5 block. That's gonna. Don't need to keep that there. We can make this work a lot better if we grab 5 variant. Just build off the bottom of that. We're going tomb here, hmm? It's not for whom the bell tombs. Or for whom the grid booms. This needs to launch catapult. This so just needs like a launch catapult. Something that flings stuff out of here. Oh. I don't want to try to build a slingshot. Crossbow. No. But it would fit so well. Some sort of kinetic launcher. Even cut away the roof of this a little bit to make it work a bit better with this slope. But it would just work. Granted, I wouldn't have the connectors out there, but... hang on. Let's... Just like, for instance, let's grab you. Why are you not going up? Oh, right, because I turned your thrusters off. I don't know what is making that hideous racket. But it is starting to tick me off. Some mod that is on this grid that is getting power is doing this weird scratchy sound. It's coming out of left ear. About center, so it's almost like it's something underneath that, but the only thing that would be behind that is a medium cargo container. How? I don't even bother trying to figure out why Keen acts the weird ways it does sometimes. I am begging for things to go horribly wrong here, but it would be nice if this could wheel itself out of the way and sit on that instead of flat out in a horrible position. I think it still won't fit, but log in at some point. It will probably have clanged itself out. That weird scratchy sound, as you call it, is the bobs going up. But there's no... There shouldn't be any weird special things on this guy. Granted, the sound volume is up. So that would make sense. That was certainly able to make that noise, but what is it finding in here to build? There's a whole base bob system in here. There's nothing to build. And I just gotta figure out a way to... Oh. Derp. Definitely do this. I just need... build a proper enclosure for this. How hard can it be? Don't answer that. Of course, right by now, mirror mode would be kind of nice, but alas. Why are the bobs sounding like that on just this grid? You guys hear that, right? That's the base bobs building. What is wrong with the base bobs? Base bobs have gone all staticky. They've gone lo-fi. Transition needs to be smoother. You can do better than that. Actually, we can do better than that. Not in that angle. That's the angle I want. In the air when I do this. Has to be on something a bit more firm than that. Feel a little bit better about this now that I've got something for this to sit on. Granted, very possible that this could just absolutely glitch out and interfere and cause all sorts of chaos, but would make for a dull stream if I didn't have chaos. Bob is just frying up some bacon and eggs for later. Yeah, that's certainly what it sounds like he's trying to do. Oh yeah, that doesn't work when you try to turn. Hang on, let's find those mid wheels. Because otherwise this is gonna just tip over like crazy. Steering, none. None. Oh yeah. That's why it's gonna do it. Up if I also turned off the thrusters. There we go. Pure wheel propulsion. Move without grinding anything. Ironically, yeah. It's not bad. That almost looks like that fit. Try something here. About that angle. No way. Yeah, absolutely no way. I mean, it wouldn't quite be up as high, but yeah, not through that. That is so tempting to tweak. Parking brake, please. Thank you. There we go. Just because it is a handy way to store out of the way of everything else in the hangar. I mean, admittedly, I could also do this a lot better if I properly put on the jump drive in a better streamlined form. That is a jump drive on wheels. Yes, Greg. Absolutely 100% a jump drive on wheels. Courtesy of my favorite friend in the whole wide world, the attachment mod. Large grid connected to the small grid. Even though I think I'm pretty sure I've got a small grid jump drive capability. Nope, just large one. I don't have the small ship gone wild block. What is... I see things flickering over here. Someone's still shooting things somewhere. This guy's still going at it. Three hours later. How much ammo does this guy even have? I mean, there can't be any functional blocks left on this ship. He shot the vents. He's shooting the hangar doors. That battery's out of charge. The gyros are destroyed. I mean, this isn't even worth me coming out to salvage because there's literally nothing left. Give it up, game. You have gotten everything in here. Except possibly this refinery. Oh my goodness. Alright, what I saw was Atherton streaking towards the horizon down that way. Or Ethereum. Where is it? Ethereum. Okay, that is a legit departure. Okay, it's not a crash. I was worried about that. He was getting pretty low, and then I saw this, I suspect. Whatever's left of it. Whatever that was. That was something. Once upon a time, that was something. And now it is nothing. Destined for a life of burning up in orbit. Oh, good lord. What am I supposed to do with you guys? You're doing nothing but dragging the... Look, you got him. He's dead. He's dead, Jim. Dead. Yeah, they don't screw around, that's for sure. And these guys have got the corpse and they're just sitting, basically just going out here and they're just the corpse non-stop here. I mean, the amount of stuff that they're doing, it does not belong on a PG-13 stream. Potentially not even an R-rated stream, come on. Alright. Enough dawdling. Let's... Ooh, I need to get blocks under here. Because I can see parts of this structure that I should not be seeing here. Like going behind the scenes at Disneyland, I should not be seeing these things. Stuff. I don't want to give it a too full of an edge here, so I'm going with a little bit of a ramp. I just ticked off the game at this point now. Yes, I have. There's just enough going on there to keep the game absolutely confused and boom, boom, jumping the grid around. Okay. The light is better off. However, no one can actually see anything on this side of the building. This is a problem. Let's get code cat tile down here. I think it wasn't that. Where did I get that one? Which of these marvelous blocks be ye? Code cat floor tile 12. 12. That's the one. Girders. No, you didn't say anything about no girders. Didn't I burn through all my supply of those in the solar panels? Oh, right, no, I'm kidding myself. Burn through all my supply of girders. Okay, I get it. You're not happy that I parked you on an incline. If I let you roll back down, will you stop banging around? You have no reason to go bang, bang, boom, boom, boom all the time. You have been solved, resolved, and taken out of circulation. Shut the heck up, Locke. Enough banging out of you. This grid's a rockin'. You're ticking me off. You just want me to put you back onto thrusters, don't you? I can hear you wanting to do it. You're waiting to glitch out. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to lull me into a sense of security about these plane wheels. Because these plane wheels do not behave properly. If they do, they are lulling you into a trap. Got my eye on you. Ah! Why is this grid clanging out when blocks are getting built? It's not the... static grid! What? Alright. Okay. I would really like to actually not have those buttons, but actually be able to get into the grid, but need to group those doors first. Yes. List. Okay, from the inside, that's not too bad. From the outside, this building remains a complete dark mystery. It is a black hole in the horizon. So what about to stick some sort of small grid landing gear to the roof of the hangar and maglock the jump drive to the ceiling? Possible, yep. It's doable. And it's definitely not the grid that's making the noise, though. It's, for some reason, the building grid is... in this... What? I thought we had this side lit up properly. Alright, time to drive the lighting engine a bit more insane. Yeah, every time I even put down a light on this grid, it's going clong, clong, clang in the background. How? It's a static grid. Static grids can't move. That's why it... Keen, what the heck? Why are you playing me sound effects for a grid that is not moving? It does not make sense. I mean, unless I'm somehow at the... Well, hang on. There is a possible explanation to this. But remember, we're dealing with things that are on rotors at this end of that grid. So maybe somehow it's translating the noise down into there. Yeah. Relaxing survival, everybody. Nothing like hearing your grid sound like it's about ready to tear a hole in the space-time continuum. Oh god, I gotta change those settings. Yep. No. Corner lights, no. How many did I place down? How many do we have that's not set up? You're not set up. You're set up with a blue. Okay, yeah, that works. Should we completely screw something up on the lighting grid by doing this? There we go. Now I can actually see the building in the dark, which is a good thing. And now I've already Wow. Yeah, I suspect I'm going to have to go through and take an hour or 3 or 4 and come up with a LTG groups, or come up with a bunch of LTG groups for this thing, because that's just hideous. That's not very optimized. I want to stick a light. Stop clanging, please. Ooh. Okay, I like that. Can I interest you, game, in a little bit of an extension out this direction? This is how you drive Feral absolutely insane. Random clang noises on a static grid. That'll do it every time, apparently. That is my weak spot. That's much better. Except you're 1 block too low. Denied. Such a polite spotlight to hold still until it was removed. Yes, that's much better. I actually have a reason for lighting to exist. And let's also grab... That's much better. Six the room lamps on max radius to light the area. Well, the trick with doing that is you've got to do it. It's kind of a weird thing. In fact, I actually need to get I need to move that 1 block in. Room lamps are really best way that you can use those is actually if you're just looking for a solution for ambient lighting. actually doesn't work well for doing any other kind of lighting. I know that kind of sounds a bit weird and backwards, but kind of hear me out on that. It's just because the way that the lights actually work in the game. Since they're able to cast light everywhere, it just makes more sense to use them for ambient lighting than for any other purpose. So, like, what I need is... I'm trying to think of a good way to describe this. And the only way I can really do it is if I had Blender sitting out here on this desktop, and I don't. But it's basically a light that needs to be invisible. Like, what I could do, if I really wanted to... Hey, they finally moved off and found something else to shoot at, or did someone else shoot him? No, that was his first victim. That's the second one. I guess he got bored, finally moved off. What I need is... He can't really... That's why doing this is such a pain. You can't do it in survival. Is... You need to place the light. In this case... Do that. Admin, creative mode tools. So what I need is to do something like should be using a battery block. So you use a battery block, and then you take room lamp or your light source. In this case, the room lamp. So I can actually place it. And then from here, what I can do is... This is if I were really doing this in a proper creative setup here. The other thing I also need to do is borrow... Hey, you want to come down here? Thank you. Oh, you teleport above the surface, even though you're supposed to be underground. That's interesting. Doesn't let you actually do that. Oh, that sucks. It's good to know, but I need to use the terminals. Try that. Oh, you're stuck. Got it. Darn it. The idea is about right. So what I would need to do is come down here so I can make it accessible from the main grid. Build this underground, but not too far underground, because then the trash cleanup will get it. So about block over, and now I can just do that. So now what you can see that that's done is giving me... It's a little weird here, but I could always stick a building on top of that to take advantage of it. But now I've got ambient light in this area, and we can... Coming over here, find the lamp. Should be 14. Yeah, oh yeah, you can tell I got the right one there. Knock it down to a 0.5, and now that spreads it out much more over this area, so it's much more gradual. And then I said I could then come back over here. And stick a... Well, Bob's not going to let me do it because that's the way Bob is, but if I did... There. A battery like that, since it would have an anchor source with a power supply on it, and then I could stick a building here. And maybe the way that it works out is you stick your light source on top of this. Like if I was going to put a lamp up here, I could put that right here, give it a very weak light at the top of it. Like, I realize I am massively cheating doing this, but I want to demonstrate the point here. So something like that. Just build a light tower. Where is it? Here's my little special piece for the corner. Yep. That's the one. You got in a team. No, Simit. Auto rotations on. That's why. Actually, for once, it actually did predict block placement nicely there. Weird. And what we do is stick corner lights underneath. So as far as most people are concerned, I'm not even going to tweak those settings on these guys. They're not needed. Even just for the heck of it. That's right. So I stuck them there. That's not going to let me place it there. But just as a practical example, aside from that light there, which we can adjust a little bit with corner lights. Let's give you radius, keep the fall off, drop the intensity. Nope, you're still not lit up enough. You can do some futzing around with this sort of thing and make it look like this has got enough light on it. What intensity? Yeah, I built that up too high. Tell you what. I will get rid of that for me in a second. Get rid of it for me in a second. I'll try to at the very least. All right, there you go. Timber. Out of the way. Come on. Good paste. Oh, come on, game. You know that's a perfectly valid paste. You let me do that, but you won't let me paste to the existing grid. What the heck? Oh, Keen. You ever lovable trollops. You know it even snaps there, too, is the best part. You give me the snap. When you get that out of the way and give me... No, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. No, you're not. And I... Everywhere but the one spot I want to paste it. And I have completely moved. At any rate, you could place the lights down close enough that it looks like this surface is lit a bit better. And then that looks like the rest of the light is kind of spreading out around it. So there is that to be considered. We're using the room light. I mean, like I said, this is kind of on the cheaty side, which is why I don't... If I wanted to leverage that, I would legit want to hollow out space underneath there, but trying to do that in the voxel terrain, gonna be pretty difficult. But yeah, that would be a better way of handling the lighting there. If I wanted to keep it kind of somewhat close to realistic-ish in a weird way. Let's see, if I want to level off here. Yeah, so the spotlight should be on top of that. What I want to do here is I saw a neat little effect. There we go. That looked really cool where it's casting the rays across the door there. And I think that's pretty close. That's the center door right there. Oh, quiet, you. Got a nice backpack on to absorb that blow. Still feels like that lamp is just one too far out. Need to be 2, 3 blocks of the door edge. 1, 2, 3, aha, 4. Yeah, that's wise. This is a tough one because I don't want to I don't want to overbuild it, but I need to still keep it attached to the main grid. Do that. You're there. Come on, give me static block. So 1, 2, 3. Spotlight needs to be here. That right. On the nav ball, putting it in the middle of that spotlight. Yep. That should do it right. And if I'm gonna do this, let's be honest, it would kind of behoove me. Think about a little bit of extra detail on this part. Except you don't let me... cables. Where's... Need something that would handle that better. It's a mid-block terminator I think I can get. Yeah, there we go, the button panel. So let's do that on the side. The parts for that on the inside, and... to give it a little bit of extra weirdness on it. See the cables through the scaffolding go down into the ground there. And the pattern for that is now shifted in favor of that direction. I've got it the same distance away from the doors. The doors are set up the same manner. So legit, 1, 2, 3 door from the block that has the light here. So then 1, 2, 3 door. Now the lighting pattern's gone weird. Oh. Well, I think we get... Yeah, sorry. Just wanted to make sure I went into that in detail. Alright. Right there. We've got that hangar at a point where it is properly sewn up. And easily close all this stuff off. So let's get a button panel out here. Having now seen that other one, the TH1 that I was trying to use earlier, no thank you. Did I make myself a hangar door group? Of course not. That'd be crazy talk. These are hangar long gates. Not to be confused with hangar bill gates. That's something different entirely. Alright, we've got something we can have buttoned up. Gives me a safe place to put vehicles and even enter the bay should I need to without having to pressurize it. Speaking of pressure, door needs to go in this section. Airtight one's gonna work. Maybe it will. All right, everyone in the building. Hope you got O2. Cause we're ripping it out from underneath you. Now, I remember from the space station, I need to set the door up like that. Because otherwise, it's going to try to wrap up and into itself. Where it's wrapped through the ceiling. Am I right? Yes. Tell me that door is airtight, please. Yep, it is. All right. Door is airtight. We can work on the rest of it from the inside. I've been meaning to get a door in there for weeks. Get this whole thing over there of I want to be able to get out to the landing pad. I have no way to actually get to it. See what that looks like from the inside. Didn't want to go too elaborate on an entrance, but didn't want something quite that small, so yeah, it's gonna be tricky because of that part.
Inventory full.
Oh no, my inventory's full. That could just invite all sorts of chaos. Cats and dogs living together. Mass hysteria.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Replan a little bit of work on this side to make this work.
Inventory full.
Don't need... I can do, actually, is work with... There's a wing part. Might cover that. Yeah. Not looking like it's too... sticking out too much over the door. So that's good. Close up the gap on that. Not great, but if that block is visible from the inside, that's okay. It still bugs me this thing is coming out of the floor, but... at least as far as this goes... that's not gonna work. I mean, it kind of does. Feels like there should be a thicker window there, but not like that. That's the small grid version. Where's your larger buddy? Always managed to misplace you. Oh, you're definitely not the right one. Definitely the wrong piece. I keep picking at thinking I'm getting the flat one, and I'm not. I'm going to do the same thing on that side. What I'm going to have to do is
Inventory full.
definitely swap this out.
Full.
I mean, it's kind of sad it's not going to... I mean, actually, that's not sad. I kind of like the look of it, but it's not like I have that mirrored on the other side or anything. And what you wind up doing is... this game will let me actually get in here and place a... why are you... what is in... oh, because I haven't completely...
Inventory full.
ow.
Inventory
I still love that block, but it is a pain to grind down manually there. Here, just get a little bit of semblance of it. So we got some outside light that's able to get through. We've got some interior detail we can work with. I would love to do something with that, but I don't think we can. The only block that I can think of that would make it work would be if we had some way to... we do. That tilted carpet that we had an option on. Because unfortunately it's like a half block slope, and I know... well, not even a half block, it's a weird slope. So I know that I'm not going to be able to do anything with that, but... yeah, we'll try that out and see if it grows on me or not. I don't know. I mean, the downside is it is a bit slow, but... as far as doors go... I mean, we've got these on the space station. it still is better to get out here. And it kind of makes sense that you've got the ability to carry a lot of cargo out this way. And it's still sealed up enough that you can see through and everything. Yeah, give it a shot. Oh, Nibbles, honestly, the best thing to do is get the world download because there are so many mods, I can't get them in the YouTube descriptions. It will not let me actually... They're too long for it. Is the annoying thing. Oh my goodness. Alright, well, I'd hoped to actually get this done tonight, but things kind of went a little all over the place. Solar array's up, though. Might... Got to start wrapping this up. I'm going to get one more thing done. Just because it's there and available at the moment. No, you want to leave me the HUD on so I can see what's out there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. At least that should stop it from trying to rotate things weirdly and... may actually not be able to put that one on. I mean, that thing has drawn itself completely flush. So we're not really getting much out of these two panels. But anyways, at least I can leave them there. I can stick them on if I want to. Try to decide what I'm going to do with it. That is where I think we are going to end off tonight. So a little bit of improvement on the base. We've got more power sitting down in the assembly area. We've got a grid sitting up there. Okay, that's a known grid. Oh, it's another battleship trying to mug people. We've got our... I left the doors open. Do I live in a barn? Close the doors. Close them. They do not belong open. It'd be very bad for the mining ship. Or something to crawl in there and get it. Alright. Back to the recap again here. We've got batteries now underneath the production center. So at least we've got some backup power in case we start running low on uranium again, which is entirely possible. I'm a little concerned from what I'm seeing that I might be seeing the azimuth reactor consumption weird bugs going on. That for a while we were seeing on Unco-op. Hopefully not. We have gotten the... brain dead. We pulled in a shuttle from Kerbal Space Engineers. That I will definitely go back and revisit because, like I said, I want to tackle the nose and hull shape on that, make it a bit more actual. Since I've got the extra armor blocks over here, I know I can make that look much better. We've got more on the solar array set up. We've got the hangar sealed off properly with 2 doors on either side now, so we actually have a place to safely store vehicles that cannot be engaged. Get the back entrance out of the passenger concourse finally settled, and we added a little bit to the solar tower. Took a little bit away, but yeah, I might have to play around with the solar placement on that. Maybe we won't have a 4-armed set up there. It just looks absolutely silly. It looks like CQ is written up on the top, and I'm missing a solar panel. How did I not finish that one off? Weird. Anyways, guys, thank you very much for watching. Be sure to tune in tomorrow over on Wasted Space channel. We'll be back with some more Kerbal Space Engineers, including the roundup for what we're going to do about this thing. Because while it looks great and lands great, it has other issues. And unfortunately, we're going to have to experiment around and see what we can do about it. But at least I know some things that it can't do. Anyways, that's up tomorrow evening. Then Monday, we'll be back on my channel for some Mecha Monday with Battletech. We have kicked off a new campaign. Well, this new story campaign. Well, not a new story campaign. We have kicked off the story campaign again because they have changed a couple of the rules in the 1.7 update. And it's proved for an interesting ride so far. As in, ho ho ho, I have a heavy mech. Very early in the campaign, almost. A little too early, I'm worried. So we have some fun going on over there. And of course, chance for other things going on during the week. may or may not be doing some things here and there. Was debating about doing some of the streaming of the testing of the shuttle, but if you didn't catch it over on my channel, there's 2 new videos out. They're very short videos. One showing kind of what happens when you try to take off with the shuttle in its current state, and the other one showing how well it works at landing, which is surprisingly well. Butter landings every time. And with that note, thank you guys for watching. I will catch you next time.